ejemplo.
Dime, ¿qué plano te viene bien, cerrado o abierto así?
El que me das ahora me va bien.
¿Mm?
El que me estás dando ahora me va bien.
Okay.
Yo creo que para la gente.
¿Cuándo van a llegar a la gente?
O sea, los que estén
más
mejor un plano será más de que de todas las sillas.
Sí, mejor uno cerrado.
Un plano cerrado.
Ok. ¿Cuándo van a estar la gente?
Sí.
Hola chicos.
Hola.
Es que nos estamos intentando enterar al final qué perfil se va a usar para las redes, o sea, para el live y para la videoconferencia. Pero no lo he entendido bien.
El nuestro. Porque el de
El
Facebook ya no. YouTube es el nuestro, bueno, completamente individual, porque el del ministerio no tenía lo de la live streaming y lo quería tomar hoy y ya nos sesiones de 4 horas prácticas. Entonces vamos a usar, bueno, estamos usando nuestro individual.
Y entonces Facebook no va a ir live.
No, tampoco.
Instagram tampoco.
No me da tiempo a generar.
Porque todo eso necesita tiempo. Yo pensaba que era una cosa. Okay.
Bueno,
y
sobre todo
entonces,
YouTube necesita el de Zoom ha sido bastante...
Y entonces, ¿el de jueves? ¿El link de jueves?
Al final vamos a usar
Zoom.
No,
Sí.
¿Y
Ya
tenéis
está.
el
Ya
link
se
del
ha
evento?
creado, ya se ha
Sí,
creado
de
la
todas maneras, si
sala.
queréis lo puedo redifundir
So
ahora.
we tested the Zoom, it's fine.
We made some tests here.
Okay, so can we have the Zoom link and send it to those 26 guests so they can accept the invitation and come into the room?
The thing is that in the email that I sent it,
Yes.
the invitation was to go to the website, and then in the website there's a banner. And that banner is where the link is.
For the Zoom?
Yes.
That's a, can we send an email saying, here is the link? Because if the link, I don't understand why the link on the broadcast on a YouTube channel. If I'm a media outlet and I click on the link, I go nowhere because we're not going to let you into the Zoom. That's the reason why we have a Zoom. We can have the Zoom for guests. Does that make sense?
The Zoom is like the WebEx.
Zoom, you need to be allowed to come in. YouTube, you can just watch.
You can't use Zoom for say that you have to put a name.
Yeah.
You can't, I cannot let you in if I don't know who you are at the Zoom because you're going to be talking whatever. I cannot let you in.
There's also permission based.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Which one are you set up? They can just
Pues
watch,
va a ser
no
complicado.
activating the microphone.
Pues no.
Okay, are we sure on
En
that?
este sitio,
I would
no.
Then
Porque
why
como
they
no
don't
hacen
have
eso en algún sitio que no es,
Why
igual se deja
they don't have
funcionar.
Es que la idea de mandar el link de Zoom es para la gente que van a hacer las preguntas, que son los de las críticas,
Sí, esos
que
son
van
los
a
que
solamente.
sí.
El resto de gente que quiera verlo o lo que sea, pueden ir a YouTube. Entonces la invitación de Zoom solamente la tienes que mandar a las clínicas.
¿Qué es lo que se hace?
Así se ha hecho.
Pero ahora a las clínicas no se les ha mandado la invitación de Zoom, se les ha mandado, les ha dicho que van a encontrar el botón en la página web. Yo lo que digo es, ahora se le envía un segundo link.
Porque en la página web está el link, porque antes ayer yo lo tenía, ¿verdad?
Sí, pero bueno, ¿qué es lo que podemos hacer de aquí a el link que lleve desde la web a YouTube? Un email a la gente diciendo, aquí está el link para su Zoom.
Pero perdón, ¿el link que está en la página web es el de YouTube o es
El
el
de
de
Zoom.
Por eso te estoy
Yo
comentando.
creo que lo ideal será el de YouTube, porque al
Habrá más de
ministerio.
100 personas.
¿Perdón?
Habrá más.
No.
No.
Son 26 invitados.
¿De qué es de-
El tema es que los que no están invitados, digamos que yo me enteré en televisión que ya
Sí,
hay
periodistas.
y quiero verlo en YouTube. ¿Dónde
Ya no
veo
puedo
el,
verlo.
¿Dónde veo el link?
Porque ya no sé dónde está.
Yo creo que en la página web tendría que estar el link de YouTube para todo aquel que quiera
Claro.
verlo. Y el de Zoom se
Pero
manda
si
un
pensáis
email.
que es de otra manera, decidnos por qué, para que yo pueda entender. Porque yo no sé por qué puede ser.
No, pues la lógica es esa. El tema era
¿Y por qué no se puede cambiar ahora? ¿Sería mucho trabajo? Cambiar ese link.
No, nosotros estamos en YouTube.
Ese no es el problema. El
¿Cuál es el
problema es que es
problema?
una cuenta privada, por decir la manera, no es una imagen correcta.
Ya.
O sea, ese link para los de Asonda y ya del stream, vale. les sirve.
Pero
José Miguel, Sam, no sé quién es, que se está conectando.
Bueno, entiendo. Ok, decidir, no sé. Entiendo, sí.
¿Qué es lo que?
No, so he's saying that the only objection is that having a private YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I was saying.
But that can no longer be fixed. So let's focus on what we can fix and whether that is going to add any value from now until 2 p.m. That's what I'm saying.
We'll try to do something like that for the past one instead of sending it to you.
Porque cuando sale, mira, sale cuenta de no hay internet.
Ya.
No es.
De que ayer yo no activo la versión, bueno, coge 24 horas, ayer, ha sido ayer antes de las 2 de la tarde.
No sé, para mí que tomar una decisión, o se queda así o que poner un poco todo sobre la mesa.
Por
De
nuestra
cualquier modo,
parte,
yo me voy a dejar ahí y me tomo una estudia, porque si no, no hay interpretación de esa conversación. Me siento aquí y me ignoráis.
con micro y todo ya está.
¿Y a dónde se conecta?
¿Dónde está el micro?
¿A dónde se conecta tu micro?
Los micros que has traído, para que nos llegue tu audio.
Porque tu audio en inglés era para YouTube.
Sí, necesitamos tu audio.
No, yo no tengo esa capacidad. Yo creo que no se puede bien. Yo lo que dije es que yo podía hacer que tú me oyeras, no que tú me oyeras, yo estaba, si se decidía que escuchara. Pero yo no tengo la capacidad de meterme en YouTube.
Vale, pero tu traducción ¿para qué es? ¿Para la gente de aquí?
No.
Se supone que tenéis que coger mi audio y meterlo en ese canal.
Pero por eso necesitamos qué micro vas a usar y cómo lo vamos a conectar.
Yo no tengo micro.
¿Y eso que tienes?
Esto es un micro para que esas personas que están hablando allí, yo les oiga aquí.
Bueno.
¿Y lo que tú hables?
Dime.
Eso es lo que yo pensaba que os ocupaba de vosotros.
Sí.
Tienes que sentar aquí y ponerte esto y hablar aquí.
Porque si no la gente...
Y entonces todo el mundo me lo tiene que estar aquí.
Claro.
Porque...
No tengo otra solución.
Otra solución con los micros y televisión a sopa nos puede pasar el... No sé, de alguna manera lo que él hable. Él es el traductor. Y necesitamos su audio, porque su audio sí que vamos a coger para lanzar el libro. Pero ahora mismo él no tiene cómo pasarnos el audio, ¿vale? Entonces no sé si vosotros tenéis algún micro. Bueno, no, es que no sé dónde vas a estar. Vas a estar ahí.
Donde me ponga.
Mira, él tiene un micro. ¿Y eso qué es?
No tengo micro.
¿No tiene micro?
No tiene micro. Entonces, no sé si hay alguna forma de ponerle un micro y pasarnos su audio.
No sé.
No, pues que la única manera de entrar al audio en Zoom es aquí.
O que se ponga el aquí y quede el audio ahí. Vas a escuchar a través de eso y habla.
¿Tienes un ordenador?
Tengo ordenador.
¿Por qué no te conectas a Zoom? Y desde Zoom vas diciendo las cosas.
Y que sea yo el único que se le oiga.
No, se puede tener más gente a la vez, ¿no? Eso con tener dos amplificadores.
No, se silencia a ellos.
Es que no nos interesa el audio de la mesa.
Se les silencia a ellos y se me oye a mí. Lo que pasa es que se me oye a mí, aquí tiene que haber un silencio absoluto y no se puede pasar ya. Porque si no es imposible, ¿sabes?
A ver.
Lo más lógico ha sido hacer un espacio y un tablero donde tenga, como decía Joan, un navegador donde lo sigue previsiblemente.
Creo que en algún sitio se le puede decir que tienes varios anfitriones.
Porque ahora, no sé, tenemos la una ya y ir buscando cables, micrófonos para venir con los técnicos y conectar y todo eso.
Yo no tengo problema de hacerlo por ahí. La cuestión es ver si realmente les puedo oír.
Sí, tú los puedes oír. Tú les puedes oír, en teoría por aquí.
Me dices lo que puedo ver con una mano y hablar por el otro.
A ver. Hola, probando. Hola. Hola. Hola, probando micrófono. Sí, micrófono funciona. Vale. Y el altavoz también lo escucho. Vale, pues funciona. Hola, probando 1, 2, 3. Hola, probando 1, 2, 3. Hola, probando 1, 2, 3. Poco flojo se oye. Esto está. Esto está. Vale. Hola. Pues no, lo haremos así. A ver, vamos por partes. Primero, el sonido, micrófono. Se oye flojito. Hola, probando 1, 2, 3. Hola, probando 1, 2, 3. Te tienes que poner el micro aquí, si no, no se escuche bien. Hola, probando 1, 2, 3. Vale, zoom está a tope, esto también. Entradas el micrófono. Bien. Ahora, ¿qué tendríamos que entrar aquí?
Muy abierto.
Dime. Dime.
No, perdona, estaba diciendo que sería.
Vale. Necesito una imagen diferente. Entonces podría tener esta imagen. Esta imagen es la que vamos a tirar azul. Esta es la que vamos a tirar azul. Chas. Esta es la imagen que vamos a subir azul. Ya está. Y esto. Solucionado. Y esto de aquí. Ahora yo tengo que coger captura de zoom es esta. Y lo otro, propiedades, pantalla, cancelar, esto no lo quiero. Transacción, y aquí tenemos esto.
El puerto de HDMI es salida de esa cámara o entrada.
No entiendo.
El puerto
Si
HDMI.
puedes hacer la
¿Cuál?
prueba
¿Es salida o es entrada
¿De dónde?
de la cámara?
De la cámara será salida.
Si es salida, pues tú...
¿De qué me sirve?
Sí, es salida.
Ya tengo imagen de la cámara de Asunga.
Yo lo sé.
Esa me sirve para solucionar esto ahora.
La cámara de Songa también cogerá de nosotros.
No, es una cámara que tienen ahí fija. A ver, que me aclare. Transición. Esto es lo que tengo arriba. Vale, pero tengo música. Entonces, cuando hago esto, simplemente tengo que venir aquí y decirle "Ups", y ya está. Pero tiene su historia. ¿Está desconectado y conectado?
¿Ya?
Ya vuelvo.
Ya podemos.
Y se enchufa el monitor. También lo hace, ¿no?
La pregunta de esa es una vez.
Está diciendo por favor que manden ese email, supongo. O sea, que les den el link a la gente. Porque ahora mismo.
Ahora tienes.
Clic en el botón, pero.
Tienes a tres.
Diciendo claramente que.
Tienes a tres.
Hay 3
¿Y honor a ti quién es? A alguien que dé el link, ya sea.
Sí.
Pero estos son. Ellos no pueden participar, ¿no?
No.
No pueden decir.
Pero pueden.
No lo sé.
En el chat.
No tengo ni idea.
Vamos a preguntarle a Mireia si puede escribir.
Vale.
Otros estamos pensando que no sabemos si las personas que están ahí pueden escribir. ¿Le puedes decir a Mireia que escriba algo? Para ver si.
Estoy yo con ella, sí.
Vale. Al final te has decidido sobre el email que se envíe. ¿Con el link directo o no? Este es perfecto.
desenchufar algo aquí para detrás. ¿Tienes algo desconectado aquí?
Dime.
¿Y tienes algo desconectado aquí detrás?
Sí, el monitor.
Te va.
El monitor este. No sé por qué.
Ya lo veré desde
Gracias.
Preguntan si no se puede pasar el enlace si
Él tiene que hacer un
Pero es que, a ver, el tema está en que el YouTube que tenemos es una cuenta de una persona.
Sí, sí, lo entiendo. Sería solo para, ¿cómo lo digo? Para los...
Entonces, si me das lo de Facebook, pues igual lo podemos sacar por Facebook. Pero,
no te quieres hacer famoso.
Me están...
no lo encuentro correcto.
No, no es correcto.
Una cosa es para sonda que lo pilla, amplía la imagen, pam, y lo envía, vale, pero no es correcto.
Pero no se oye. Decía de 1 a 6. Sí, que dice de 2, no sé. Pero cuando, papi, cuando yo me registré decía de 1 a 6.
The thing is that we cannot share.
Pero yo veo que ahora lo único que están haciendo ahí es arreglando, no hay nadie ahí todavía.
So this restaurant, we are going to use it only for Asonga and Televisión because we cannot share to everyone to watch the press conf on a private
No, lleva donde está la
It's his
ciudad,
private
métete, me dice. Yo estoy adentro donde esa placa.
We will share it only for Asonga and Televisión that they need
Abajo del todo, hay un
Vale, que sí que estoy en el...
una cuenta de récord.
situation allows us to say that we have one of the fewest fatality rates in the continent. That's 1. Per 100 would face death potentially in our country. And again, this is one of the lowest levels when it comes to this indicator in the region, in the African region. Now, if we look at the control of the pandemic, we should also highlight the improvement in the positivity rate, which is basically the risk of actually testing positive when it comes to COVID-19 in our country. Now, the current report is showing a positivity rate that is below 2.5 for the last 7 days, and that is an over 50% decrease from the last time we published our data. So this data, this improvement in the data, this trend is showing the capacity for the country to control the pandemic, because any positivity rate that is above 5% would mean we've lost control of such a pandemic. But having a around 2.5 is basically showing that we are on the right path, and we can talk about certainly a control of the pandemic. But as you will see later on, when we break down the data that is going to be presented, our next roadmap, if you will, that is going to mark the response of the country towards the COVID-19 pandemic should focus on, one, strengthen the prevention measures to improve the transmission rate. We also have to keep strengthening our NHS so that we can trace, track, and treat every case, and also trace the associated contacts. We should also minimize the risk of new outbreaks, and especially focusing on the community itself and the health establishments, so that we can guarantee the prevention measures that are necessary in such places. We should also strengthen the surveillance capacity, especially at points of entry, so that we can reduce the risk of importing new cases at the lowest level. And number 5, last, we should keep making sure that our population has access to the information, and that it has the awareness that is going to yield a committed behavior that will allow later on to adopt the new normal, and the new normal behavior, or the best behavior in the new normal. So having said this, I'd like to thank you again for being here, for your time, and also give the floor to Mr. Alain Poy, who is the incident manager for COVID-19 on behalf of WHO in Equatorial Guinea. And he will give us a bit of a survey on how these indicators have behaved in our country. Thank you so much. His Excellency, Vice Minister and Ministers, and dear ladies and gentlemen, we are here again for the 4th time to share the update of the epidemiological situation here in Equatorial Guinea. So, the Vice Minister, His Excellency, has given you already the key figures that talk about the overall situation, and that arose a general situation of the country and the type of data that we're collecting. But when we look specifically, we can basically draw the conclusion, the main message, that the country is controlling the pandemic, but that should not be a reason to lay back. It's not over. And the population needs to know that we still need to stick to those barrier measures we're considering the entire requested those who are connected on the online to be able to show the report. I think it should already been there. But for those who are watching TV, I will be giving the figures now. Now, to start with, you need to know that we always focus on the confirmed positives. And in this case, we can talk about over 53 tests performed, 53,000. And we are separating those from control or discharge. And that would be over 50,000 that are
The figures are showing that men are much more affected than women. Now, in terms of proportion of cases per province, we would be looking at the Bioko Norte province, and it concentrates already the majority of the cases, and we're talking about 3,900 cases in the Bioko Norte province. The second province mostly affected will be Litoral in Bioko Sur. And the district that's mostly affected with 3,400 cases would be Malabo, which is the capital again. Now, the situation in the last days has also shown that there are fewer cases in Malabo compared to other districts. Now, the key information that has already been highlighted by the Vice Minister is the positivity rate. All of you who may have access to this report will see that in the graph number 7 is showing us the positivity rate. And the idea is whether if we had 100 samples, how many shall we expect to turn out positive? That is the idea behind the positive rate. And in many other countries, we're talking about 9%, but in the last 7 days, we were looking at 2.44. This means that if we have 100 samples, we would be expecting for fewer than 3 people to actually yield a positive result, which is a great thing. And again, this does not mean that we should give up at all or guard. Now, if you look at graph number 8, it's quite interesting. It's showing the evolution of positive cases. And you'll see that after a peak that happened on the 13th of July, we are looking now at 11 cases per day. That's what is showing again, that we are looking at a much more controlled situation and that we've already overcome the peak of that. Not only the number of tests that were performed, but also the results that were obtained. On one single day, how many positives, how many negatives we obtain, and how many invalid or undetermined, and how many of them will be waiting for the results. The positives are in the red color, and you can see the trend that is diminishing the numbers, not only for the at a national level, but we've also tried to look into regional divide, and you will see how at the continental region, effectively, we didn't have a lot of tests. Again, because the policy was to conduct tests only on suspected cases, suspicious cases, or contacts. And so we had to find the contact to actually perform the test or find someone who had symptoms and would be considered a suspected case. And because this was already a region that was not the most touched, we didn't perform as many tests as in other regions. The testing, the massive testing campaign that had just only started in the Continental region, like I said on the 31st, we are hoping the second part of this report look at the situation in the hospitals and also the isolation units. We're talking about the graph number 12. We will see the trend in terms of hospitalization or isolation. Basically the same trend as the confirmed cases. And this means again that after a peak between June and July, we are seeing this gradual diminishing of cases hospitalized or in isolation. Obviously, it is logical that as the number of cases that are positive are coming down, the number of people that will end up in hospitals or in isolation units positive cases. In graph number 13, we see the divide between those cases, whether they are isolated or hospitalized for with over 64%, they are much more represented, much more affected. And then we look at the divide between symptomatic and asymptomatic, and we see that over 83% are asymptomatic. So this is a very good news, but it's also a danger, a source of danger, because it is the asymptomatic that can become the source of further contamination, and we need to watch them closely. Now, the next graphic, and that is graphic number 15, that is representing how many of them are at home, how many of them were in a hospital or in any isolation unit. And this is an accumulated figure, so this means that currently hospitalized or at home it just means it is counting the entire pandemic period. Now, the next graph is showing the divided by age, the age groups. And we see that there's from 15 to 45 years old, and that is the age group that has been mostly affected. And again, at the health professionals that on graph 8 that were affected, we see that more women were affected by the disease, and it's quite the opposite of the general population. In this specific case, we have many more women that have been affected amongst the group of health professionals. What I tell myself is just like in many other countries, we have more women working in the health sector than men. And the graph 18 is showing the distribution of deaths. And here, it is the age group between 15 and 46, followed by the 61 to 80 that are the two most affected age groups by the disease. Now, the three graphs that are following now are showing us the evolution of the deaths, when the deaths happen, and you will see that we haven't had any deaths in 2 months. And I think that this is a clear sign of the improvement of the case management capacity, the new protocol, the modified protocol, which is basically the focus, the emphasis of this press conference. So, my dear colleagues, His Excellency, the Minister of Health, and the curve, the way that we look at it, is showing a positive evolution of the pandemic. But it is important to insist on the fact that we should not relax now. We can see what has happened in other European countries, and we've gone from a situation that seemed control to a rebound. And we need to hope that that's not going to be the case in our country. And that's why it is absolutely important that the population is informed of the positive figures, but it's also essential that we continue to respect the messages. We continue to respect the social distancing, the hand washing, the mask wearing, and all of the other measures. Thank you so much. His Excellency, Vice Minister of Radio and Television, and His Excellency, Vice Minister of Health and Social Well-being, honorable advisors from the Ministry of Health and other ministries, and the honorable members of the Technical Committee for the surveillance and response to COVID-19, as well as technicians from other sectors, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to take the floor in this press conference to present the epidemiological situation, the updated data on the COVID-19 situation. COVID-19 pandemic has had many different areas. And even though we wanted to focus today on the case management area, we still wanted to give you a snapshot of what has been the government response and the technical committee work. For new indications for different drugs and putting together a whole protocol that would allow to face all the different cases. We have to highlight the fact that the epidemiological curve is coming down, and a political committee presided by the Vice President, His Excellency Don Teodoro Ngema Obiang Mange, as well as a technical committee for the response to the COVID-19 pandemic that was chaired by the Ministry of Health and Social Well-being. Now, the 27th of March of 2019, the government dictated measures to control, to impede the Chinese citizens to come into the national territory. Later on, through a 12th of March communique, there were additional measures that were dictated, restricting international flights from airlines that were operating in the country, and that later on was reflected on the Decree 32/2020 on the 31st of March, that led to the declaration of the state of health emergency that included also additional measures for the prevention and control of the new coronavirus. Now, the technical committee for the surveillance and response to the COVID-19 was systematically monitoring the behavior of the pandemic with an adequate surveillance, epidemiological surveillance system for the tracking and tracing of contacts, and also the early isolation of cases that were detected, and that later on led to the second phase of the pandemic. Now, if we talk about the strengthening of the diagnosis capacity of the country, we strengthen such capacity through the certification of the Banei Public Health Laboratory. The certification was granted by the WHO, and it had the capacity to conduct PCR tests, and also that allowed for the country to ensure an easy access to such tests and the performing of between 800 and 1,000 tests with the incorporation of the Eppendorf automatic machine. Now, the acquisition of regular lab materials was ensured by the government, and also the maintenance of the laboratory for the purpose of conducting PCR tests, first with the Banei laboratory in the insular region, and later on with Bata and Mongomo laboratories. Through an adequate logistics and supply policy dictated by the technical committee, there was a strategy that was implemented for the acquisition of reactive agents and other materials that guaranteed the availability of the services and therefore the capacity to face the disease. And we also acquire ventilators and oxygen concentrators, and that allowed to supply the intensive care units within the hospitals that were accredited to do so. Now, there was also special transport, medicalized transport for these patients, as well as funeral transport cars for those standards. There was also several donations made by different individuals, like the one made by the Vice President of over 4 million masks for the population. There was also the strengthening of human resources, specialized human resources for intensive care units, and there was a selection of the health professionals and specific support for the treatment units, and of course, a guidance to use the established protocols. We've also relied on 76 Cuban doctors from the Henry Reeve Brigade that came over to strengthen the specialized human resources and also any type of health professionals that were specialized in treating intensive cases, intensive care cases. Now, if we look at the incorporation of drugs into the case management protocol, which is the case of remdesivir, that was also another element. There was a protocol established initially for the management of these cases that was based on guidelines as well as the Chinese experience that was also standardized for the national territory. This technical document has been consistently reviewed and consistently updated, incorporating all of the gain and knowledge, the new knowledge that has been acquired by the scientific international community, and that also has allowed for an integral assistance of each cases using thrombotic drugs like heparin or anti-inflammatories like steroids and other drugs that are immunological like interferon alpha 2 D and microbiological drugs as well as antiviral specific drugs. Now, amongst the antiviral drugs, we can highlight the fact that our country was the first country in Africa and one of the few in the world to acquire the remdesivir drug. This is still the most powerful and most promising antiviral for COVID-19 cases. Now, in the 10th of July, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Government, Teodoro Nguema Mange, presented the acquisition of over 1,000 bags of remdesivir, and this allowed this were offered for all of the confirmed COVID-19 cases in the country, and that was included in our protocol. And we are now in a situation in which we can we have this drug available, but has also had an impact on the fatality rate of the disease in our country, and of course, it has benefited in our country. Several families, several individuals have benefited from this drug, and up until now, we've administered to 10 different patients. 9 of them received the entire treatment, and 1 of them suffered a liver pathology that did not, that basically obliged to discontinue the treatment. Out of these 9 patients that did receive the entire treatment, 7, which is basically 77.8% out of them, evolved positively, and they were able to survive the disease. Only 2 patients passed, and this is over 22% of those patients who had a much worse performing status with numerous associated comorbidities. Roundtable, this specific section, which would be the protocol of management, case management. I'd like to specifically thank the highest authorities within the WHO. I'm talking about Dr. Hedros and, of course, also Dr. Matiriso Rebecca Moeti, who is the director of the regional office of WHO in Africa, for all of the efforts that they have deployed, showing total support to our country in their response, the COVID-19 response. Now, I wanted to just take this opportunity to recognize the work of all of the health professionals and other professionals that have acted as first-line workers fighting this common enemy, COVID-19, regardless of the situation. And sometimes those situations were not ideal for them. So I want to thank especially the President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, Chief of State, and also President and founder of the Democratic Party of Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Obiang Bazwa, and the Vice President in charge of Defense, Teodoro Gemma Obiang and the First Lady that they're deploying so many efforts in the management, the political management of the response, and of course, the technical support that is needed. All of us united will be able to fight and beat the COVID-19. Thank you so much. His Excellency Vice Minister and Minister of Health and Social Well-being, Vice Minister of Information and Radio. And I want to say, agree to all of us, all of the people that are following us on social media and TV. And after the presentation of this epidemic, showing a control of the pandemic, and just like the minister has said, His Excellency, the Minister of Health and Well-being, he has summarized all of the main elements that structure the fight against COVID-19 in our country, and those can be taken as for the current results. Now, in this session, we're going to cover the continuous improvement of the case management protocol, specifically with incorporation of the inclusion of the drug remdesivir, and this we will also have the Dr. Mendez Cardero, and there's also responsible for case management at the hospital of Sampaca, which is the hospital where we are in right now, holding this press conference. Dr. Enchana Nkobi, who is also responsible for case management in a different hospital, Policlínico Luericomba, that belongs to the National Institute for Social Security in Equatorial Guinea. Dr. Mba Ntutumo, who is also specialized in intensive medicine, and he's the technical director of the La Paz Hospital here in Malabo, and Armando Chaco Lopez, who is specialized in internal medicine and critical medicine, and he's also responsible for case management in the La Paz Hospital, which is also located in the city of Malabo. As it has by the minister, after receiving the remdesivir drug, which is one of the drugs that's contemplated on the protocol that we first established, and we have been updating systematically with all of the new knowledge that have been gained by the national scientific community about this disease, about experiences that have been shared at international level, and also country experiences that have been enriching the debates and the conversations. And today, with a third version, the first one was issued on the 14th of March. That's when we had the first case of COVID-19 in our country, and we were ready to present the first version of the protocol that contemplated different drugs that we replaced gradually as more experience and more information, more clinical trials were done at an international level. The Solidarity clinical trial by the WHO first included hydroxychloroquine, and interferon, and remdesivir came after. So we had a second version of our protocol, and we now have the third version that includes all of the improvements and includes also remdesivir as an antiviral, specific antiviral, And as it was mentioned by the minister, His Excellency, we've seen some of the results that have been gathered since we started using them. We're talking about a survival of 80% in patients that were administered this drug. So we are now going to let our doctors speak and tell us a little bit about some of the experiences that they've had when using this drug, but also an opportunity to present their most interesting from the clinical or therapeutical point of view. So then we will allow for the media to ask questions and for those questions to be answered. So let's start with Dr. Isidro Inchama, who is specialized in intensive medicine from the hospital Lueri Comba that belongs to the National Social Security Institute here in Equatorial Guinea. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. To all of the and all of us following us online. Our experience in the hospital Lueri Comba with remdesivir in complying with the criteria that have been stipulated for the drug, but also by the protocol, we had made the decision of using it in 3 specific patients. One patient who was a hypertensive patient, 62 years old, with diabetes. He had hypoxia and he needed mechanical breathing support. We had considered him as a candidate for remdesivir treatment. And 2 days after receiving the first dose of 200 milligrams and 100 milligrams at the second day, we saw a pretty high increase of the liver indicators, which obliged for the suspension of the treatment. So therefore, this first patient was excluded. But there were 2 other patients. One of them was 15 years old. And he had other comorbidities. He had, besides COVID-19, he had a TB infection. And he also had a pyloric severe indicator, being longer than 1 month in the intensive care unit. He went through all of the care possible, but ended up in a septic case that ended up leading to a tracheotomy, and the evolution was not favorable, and this patient eventually passed. But he was a patient who did receive remdesivir, and the rest of the other patient also received the remdesivir cycle with a very favorable evolution. And when I talk about an evolution, a favorable evolution, I'm talking about the anti-inflammatory indicators. And this allowed patient to feel much better in only 5 days, and was able to share and to cheer that victory. So this is the experience that we've had. We incorporated remdesivir in the protocol, and 2 of them, one of them passed, the other one we had to suspend the treatment because of the liver incompatibility, and the third one cycle of remdesivir and evolved favorably and ended up being discharged. So that is our experience. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Isidro. This is we can continue gathering and developing and becoming more and more familiar with the drug. Hopefully, considering the epidemiological curve, it should stay coming down as it is. But we also hope that the number of critical or severe cases stay as low as they are, which is almost zero in our case. Now, let's speak with Dr. Manderos. He is the case management manager for the hospital Sampaca, which is where we are located right now. Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the government of Equatorial Guinea and His Excellency Teodoro Nguema Obiang and the Ministry of Health for the support that they have deployed to make sure to keep the safety of the Equatorial Guinean people. As a doctor that is facing a virus in a pandemic as this one, it's not the same thing as facing an enemy. And also, this is an enemy that we just met him. So we were trying to become familiar, and no one could tell what was going to happen the day after. So we really need to be thankful to the government of the Republic for offering the level of support, and in this case, the inclusion of remdesivir as a drug. Now, my specific experience with cases here in the Sampaca Hospital is that we have been facing a situation in which number of cases has been diminishing, which is allowing us to focus even more in each of those cases. And along with remdesivir, we were looking at candidates that were severe enough to actually become part of the indication, but did not have the level of comorbidities that would make them incompatible. And we did not run into any deaths, fortunately. And even though it's not necessarily supposed to be a formula, it does offer opportunities for intensive care patients. And it's quite clear to see in the X-ray images the type of evolution that would result from the administration of this drug in about 48 hours. Now, there was a specific patient, female patient, who had a severe breathing problems. And right after being administered the drug, she was able to completely recover. But it was quite incredible to see. Thank you so much. We're now going to be listening to the experience from the La Paz Medical Center, the number of patients that they helped and that they assisted in their institution. And then we will go on to the Q&A part of the session. Good afternoon. In this case, particularly, we would be looking at patients that had a high comorbidity situation. We were only hoping by then that the results that were going to become true also in the case of this single lung patient. And fortunately enough, we were able to see that the X-ray images were changing only 24 hours after the first dose. So, and definitely the improvement from the administration of this drug, because we had been treating the patient previously with other non-specific antiviral drugs. So as soon as we included this new drug into his treatment, the situation shifted. He completed the entire cycle with a complete adherence and no rejection at all, and a toxicity that was manageable. So we could clearly see that no would imply any type of medical transfer outside the country, since it is quite clear that all of the tools to fight the disease are here. Now, thanks again, Dr. Armando. He is a specialist doctor in intensive care from the La Paz Hospital, and he was, let me just repeat, he was who had only one lung, and this probably is the most difficult patient, or at least the one that had faced the most difficult situation. And the fact that this patient recovered, I think it represents a very relevant case, and we're all proud. All of us health professionals, we're all proud that this drug was included in the therapeutic arsenal. So let me now give the floor to the journalists so that they can ask their questions to our panelists, and they will offer answers in a progressive way. Thank you, Dr. Peña, His Excellency. Channel, and for the international press, we have Africa Media News, some Pan-African, CBS on with his correspondent from Kenya, Cameroon, TV channel, news agents, France Press, with its correspondent in Equatorial Guinea, as well as African News TV. So these are all of the media that have been accredited for the press release. So in a way, please, colleagues, raise your hand if you have your question. This is going to be focused on the epidemiological situation. And each question, each intervention will allow for only one question. So let's start then. Good afternoon. My name is Stanislao, and we've seen that in the country there's been the inclusion of additional drugs. But we see that there's a clear emphasis on remdesivir, and I'd like to know whether this is the last drug that has helped in the fight against the COVID-19. And also, on the other hand, I'd like to know whether now that we've gone into the second phase, the last 2 weeks, but keeping in mind the fact that we are now facing the beginning of the academic year, I'd like to know whether you are considering a third phase to be established. Thank you. First of all, we're going to allow the Minister of Health to respond to that question. And then we will allow panelists to answer the question about the existence of other drugs. I can see the face of the journalist. I'd like to actually look at him as I answer. I think it's polite. So we are effectively in the middle of the second phase, and we never said that phases were marked by specific dates. So I understand that there are rumors out there that on the 13th of September we will go on to the third phase, and that's not true. We are assessing the situation. We are also assessing the compliance level of the population of the measures, social distancing, hand washing, and mask wearing. And we will continue to evaluate also the curve trend. This curve has been plateauing for the last 3 weeks. If this is the situation, if it continues on this way, we will look at it again to also make sure that we're getting the right information coming from the massive testing that has now started in the continental region. If we act, if we rush when making decisions, then outbreaks will come. And sometimes outbreaks may not necessarily come from the same, come from here and there, and they're going to be harder to control. So phases are not marked by specific dates. They're always going to obey to the evolution of the pandemic. And of course, and above all, they're going to answer your question. Thank you. That was an answer given by the Minister of Health and Social Wellbeing. So the second question was to the panelists. You have the floor, Dr. Manuel. That's an interesting question. In our case management protocol, we have included several drugs such as heparin. We have of course, remdesivir. With the roles of remdesivir. Remdesivir is a drug that has really helped patients from the beginning of the pandemic. The initial data didn't know how effective it could be, but then later data gathered showed that it was. Now, it is the most powerful drug that we have for intensive care patients, and that's why it is used at that stage only. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rendari and I work for the digital newspaper Aura AG. I'd like to ask, how is the pandemic being faced in the continental region of the country? According to the data that we have now, 70% of positive cases were and 70% of the cases are actually in the insular region. I'd like to ask, how does the figure distribution in the two regions of the country matches also the total number of cases that we see for both positives, and also considering that the insular region is the most affected one? I think we're now going to give the floor to His Excellency the Vice Minister of Health and Well-being. Well, in principle, the management of the pandemic has reached the entire national territory. And the surveillance is giving us a snapshot of how the pandemic is behaving in the entire country. There's obviously a difference when we look at the data from the continental region or the insular region. There are several reasons behind that. One is the fact that according to the worldwide trend for COVID-19, it tends to impact capitals more than any other type of, and this is the case of Equatorial Guinea because most of the cases are happening in the insular region where the capital is located. And besides this difference that we seem to be controlling just fine, which is the evolution of the pandemic in Malabo, where the majority of the cases are located, we have also seen that this diminishing trend is also being confirmed by the data that is coming from the continental region, and especially the city, the capital of that region, which is Bata. So it's not surprising that if Malabo has been the capital, which is also the city that has suffered the most for COVID-19, we expect to see a lot of cases in the second largest city, which is Bata. Now, we tracked and traced all of the contacts of these cases. As soon as we ran into a positive case, we focused on finding all of the contacts and associated to this case to see how much contamination or how many other positives this initial positive was able to cause. So this type of strategy is the one that we had in the continental region, in the entire national territory, and is the same one that was applied in the city of Bata. Bata had been under that strategy of contact tracing until the 31st of August. But in the last 3 days, we have been implementing the massive testing strategy. So this is just to tell you that the strategy that was different in the continental region or also in the insular region is showing the same trend. We don't see any difference in the trend that we're seeing for both regions. Data that was just given, even though it was a national gathered of all the data, we're also looking at breakdowns that would offer to see whether the trend would be different when showing only the Malabo city data or the Bata city data. And the trend is identical. The only thing that we are hoping to learn with the massive testing is what is the degree of contamination in the city of Bata, but we don't expect to see a different trend because the massive testing is not necessarily to unfold a unknown data. It might shape the figure of daily cases a little different, but the general trend is going to match what we are seeing at a national level, and that is what we have presented to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, His Excellency. If we can go on with the next question. Well, good afternoon. My name is Fortunato Sono, and I am here for Canal Sol TV channel. Before actually asking the question, I'd like to congratulate the team that is fighting the pandemic, because we are looking at a figure of 83 deaths, which compared is a very decent figure. Now, there was one digital newspaper that published a piece of news saying that several partners are helping in the fight against the coronavirus, and specifically China. I'd like to know what type of collaboration is being established between these two countries. Thank you. Well, I'm trying to read between the lines and to see the fact that Equatorial Guinea's cases are actually coming down and Brazil's cases are actually coming up. Brazil is not only a very developed country, it's a great country, and it relies on institutions and universities that are even developing vaccine techniques. Brazil has purchased a part of from the Oxford vaccine in a way that they will be importing 7 million vaccine doses, and by February they will also have the license to be able to produce this Oxford vaccine in Brazil. Brazil also has a strong connection with China, and they will start testing the Chinese vaccine in Brazil in 1 or 2 months. And they have also requested China to buy the license to be able to produce this vaccine in Brazil. So if Brazil was to obtain licenses before we do and was able to produce and manufacture the vaccine before us, this would be quite helpful. You know, Equatorial Guinea is trying to be one of the countries that are going to get the vaccine for the population early enough. So we were mandated by the president, the vice president of the country, to keep close contact with China, Brazil, and Russia to make sure that Equatorial Guinea could contribute to the evolution of the research for the vaccine, so that whenever those vaccines will be one of the first to have access to purchasing the vaccine. That's the connection that we have with Brazil. Thank you so much. Thank you, His Excellency. Well, good afternoon to all of you. My question is, according to data that was published this afternoon, we would like to know what is the level of local transmission, especially considering that the schools are about to be reopened. Thank you so much. Could you please repeat the question? Yes, according to the published data, I'd like to know what is the local transmission rate right now, and also considering that we are looking at reopening the schools soon. Thank you. Well, when we talk about, we're actually talking about community transmission in a way in which we can no longer say that this was an imported cases because this person came from Spain or Cameroon. The first cases that we had were imported, but once the community transmission has been established, we can no longer trace it back to the first patient zero. So the contamination is then called community transmission. So the question is, how is that now? And I can tell you that the data that we have and also the data that we're gathering from Bata, and we hope the trend will be matched, is that the local transmission has been significantly reduced. We're here talking about 2%, a little bit over 2% um, for that indicator. Now, about 2 weeks ago, sampling the samples that were coming to the Banay laboratory, the main laboratory, only 2 out of 100 who tested positive, and both of them were imported. Came with they've been airline flying the one with an Air France flight. So there was no local spread in that day. And sometimes we run into 2 or 3 cases. So we are seeing that local transmission is being, and we are hoping that that continues so by encouraging the population to continue observing the measures, social distancing, temperature measuring. If the compliance is still there, we will not only be able to reduce the transmission that locally, we will also be able to maybe eliminate it. But we don't want to rush. We don't want to rush the technical committee. We don't want to rush the political committee because we need to make sure that the population is still in a position in which they can continue respecting the measures that have been dictated by the government. If the population shows that they can maintain this local transmission level for another month or another 2 months, we don't want that idea of thinking that COVID is over to encourage people to act non-responsibly, and we will be facing. We see, for example, that access to beaches were banned, but we have information that young people are frequenting beaches that are less popular. They're drinking, they're swimming by the beach, and they're also interacting with each other. And this type of behavior can lead to outbreaks, and they will bring the virus to their communities, to their homes, and then to the communities. And this can increase the horizontal transmission, which is the local or community transmission, also called. So this is a situation that is going to depend highly on the population, their compliance of the measures. It is all about the population. Thank you very much. My name is Justin Chama from the Elector newspaper. It looks like we are promoting remdesivir drug quite a lot. So I'd like to know whether this is the only drug that you rely on for a definitive cure for the for COVID-19. Okay, thank you so much. Let me actually pass on this question to the panelists. Well, if we were to talk about cure in COVID-19, we are quite careful when using that word. But what we did is we look at the specification of the different drugs that are available, and we look at the ones that are ensuring a more efficacy when they're implemented in the treatment for these COVID-19 patients. We've observed a great deal of improvement when using reducing. We've seen that, and this drug is able to fight the virus immediately, almost immediately after the first dose. It also helps of the symptomatology of patients, and also in a from the psychological point of view. You know, COVID-19 patients will have a time window that will that there's only a certain amount of time that they have before the markers, biomarkers, and indicators will become quite bad, and then we'll be talking about a COVID-19 severe cases. So there is a series of indicators that we follow that tell us that patients are going to get worse very soon. Now, once we started using these specific antiviral drugs, we were able to, following the same indicators, confirm this type of improvement. So that's what I would say. Thank you so much. Well, if you allow me, I'd like to add something to that answer. We know, at least in the case, for example, of malaria, that there is a drug of choice, and that is the drug that we use to treat, to heal malaria, which is artesunate. Now, in the case of COVID-19, as you all know, all of the drugs are in an experimentation period. About on the 15th until 15th of July, we were talking about metadetaxone. So there have been several drugs that have been tried to pursuing a level of efficacy, and that was accepted, and that was a real contribution for the fight against malaria, the COVID-19. But amongst all of those drugs, the one that has made a real contribution, and according to data that is coming from different parts of the world, and we are here to talk about the experience of the different hospitals in the country, it was remdesivir. But that doesn't mean that this is the drug that can cure coronavirus. But what we are saying is that out of all the drugs that we've tried, this is one that has helped to obtain a significant reduction in mortality. Well, before anything else, I'd like to say that this is not the only drug that we rely on. We have an arsenal, and that is a series of drugs that allow us to focus on the different complications that we might be facing, whether that is from the cardiovascular point of view, whether that is covering the cytokines increase. We are also talking about anticoagulant drugs to stop the appearance of thrombosis and stop the complications. And then we also have coadjuvant drugs that may help these drugs obtain a more impactful effects. And just like with any drug, you also may be facing side effects or other complications that are part of the symptomatology that may correspond. The fact that we have remdesivir in our arsenal is an opportunity to rely on a drug that had other indications, prior indications, and that is showing a good behavior when used for COVID-19 purposes. And it is true, it is the only drug that has proved to be effective for these type of patients. Before that, we could only treat the complications. Now, this drug is targeting viral load, and this is not necessarily a healing drug, but it is attacking the source of the problem. Thank you. And just to add to what my colleagues are saying, and we have to also keep in mind that considering the price that remdesivir has, which is over $3,000 per bag, as a concerned citizen, I would also like to know what other drugs are available out there. This is not a commercial session. There are no commercial intent. There is no commercial intent in our interventions. We're just documenting what we have experienced as doctors. Well, thank you so much, doctors. I think that you're giving us a lot of technical elements that allow us to understand. But I think that sometimes the technical terminology may not make it easy for those who might not be doctors to understand. And I think that it is important to clarify that the therapy options that are part of our protocol include different options. And we as doctors need to look at each case separately, look at the symptoms, and consider which ones will be candidates for each drug. As I explained before, we had Caletra as the other virus option that was recently excluded out of our protocol because of results that were obtained in international clinical trials. These clinical trials showed that there was no positive impact when it comes to the survival rates with Calithra. So that antiviral was was removed and then replaced by remdesivir. So let's go on to the next question then. Oh, good afternoon. My name is Matilde from Asonga Radio and Television. I'd like to know, what are the side effects that remdesivir may involve, and whether there's any cost associated to patients who may be administered the drug. Are common in all drugs. Specifically in this one, we see kidney and liver toxicity levels. And as I was explaining before, the experience that we had with the drug, I did mention one of our patients who showed a liver pathology that led to the discontinuation of the treatment. So as the protocol states, before administering the drug, we have to do intensive follow-up on the liver and kidney indicators. And this means that before you actually become eligible for the administration of the drug, we have to run several tests on liver function, kidney function, and run this test 24 hours later again. And we have to also look at the scores. If there's any type of alteration, then those indicators will have to assess the eligibility of the patient for this treatment. It's already happened, and we've seen this case that I also mentioned before during my intervention, that one patient had to see his treatment discontinued because the liver function was already damaged before, was already compromised, and it became even worse after receiving the first dose. Well, I'm going to answer the second question about the cost of the drug. The government of Equatorial Guinea, through the Vice President Teodoro Intimabia Mange, with the acquisition of this drug, was meant to give access to the population to this drug free of charge. And we're talking about a highly effective drug that was going to cost no money and to the population. It was also a drug that was acquired very quickly, and that was going to add a key element to the case management capacity. And we have been witnesses of this drug has been administered to different patients, and nobody has paid a cent for it. So we can only thank our government that a new drug that is effective and efficacious has been included into our therapeutic options. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, Dr. Domingo Florcido. Next question. My name is Fernando Abeso. My question is about the remdesivir drug. If we compare the levels of excess that COVID organic was able to collect, is it a better drug than? And which one is better, COVID organic or remdesivir? We have talked about the case management protocol, and in the scientific community, there is no drug that can cure coronavirus. Everyone is, and then there are different approaches. Everyone has been looking for different pathways to get the best therapeutic option. And remdesivir is not the only one looking for better options. It's all about the level of experience that we're able to gather. We have to become more familiar with the use of this drug, and we can't draw on the conclusions until then. Thank you. The organics drug has been included in one of the natural drugs that were, and it's also the object, the objective of one of the clinical trials that we are implementing in this country. Fortunately enough, the number of cases, and we're hoping that is the case because we want to maintain those results. But we are currently conducting a clinical trial that is complying with all the methodology for a research study, international standards, I mean. I'd like to ask a question to the Lori Combat doctor. You've mentioned the three different patients were administered remdesivir. And you've mentioned also that before administering the treatment, you look into the prior pathologies. Now, you've also mentioned the death of one of those patients who had comorbidities also. So we would like to know why, as a doctor, knowing the few chances that this patient had to survive, you took the risk of administering this treatment, considering that the role of a doctor is to save the life of patients. How did you make sure that you were doing something that was